G'day, g'dunts. How are we? My neck is still killing me. Still. But at least I got the trailer finished last night. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Oh, let's get these ads to go past. Alright, what do we need to do here? Yeah. Okay. That would work. We don't have that being hit though. We've got to have those do that somehow. And we can't do that because then... Yeah, so it has to be that. Maybe we do there. No. Got to be there and there. And then there. That's it. That's the setup. Yeah. Perfect. Excellent. Then there. And that. Shit. Screwed up on the first ones I set. Gotta spend more than 2 seconds looking at them. Oh yeah. Yay! Finished! Ooh! I like the easier connections because they make me feel smart. They make me feel like an intelligent person. Alright. I should probably do this. Everyone likes connections that make sense. Connections that make sense are the they're the only connections that should exist. Not that I would expect the New York Times to understand connections. Let's see. Contest, match, battle, clash. Yep. That one makes sense. That one makes sense. What? These ones I'm not sure about. Down. Game. Night. No. I was thinking maybe NFL. No, or rugby. I got nothing. Oh, damn. Okay. That's... Another, either, neither, and... What, willing? I don't know. Wild. Down, low, one, in. One more. Words for unspecified choices. Right. Okay. These ones, I have no idea what the connections are here. Got what? After. I don't see how after connects to any of these. Me neither. Wild. Oh, wild game. But wild animal. Game, as in like something that you'd hunt. Lay in, lay down, lay low. Then you'd have game, wild hunt, game hunt, night hunt. Lay after or lay willing. I don't think either of those make sense. Sammy, how are we? A night hunt. Wild hunt. Game hunt. Daylight savings, Cam. Daylight savings. G'day. How you doing, Cam? G'day, Sammy. You get done. Hadouken, how are you? What up, hamburger? Someone rolled out of bed. Unfortunately, like, my neck is still pinching a nerve, I think. Yep. I don't know, it's... I know I'm one away. On board. Down. Down, game in, willing. After, low, night, wild. Afterlife, low life, night life, wildlife. Fuck. Oh, damn it. Yep. Hey, I'm white. Got a paid week off work? Nice. Nice. Daylight savings look like you were light saving in general. I am. I'm super light saving. But now I'm providing light. I am the one giving light to people. Yeah. The police have now arrested 15 people. Sweet. Sweet. Let's hope all of these people are thrown in jail for the next 30 years or deported, whichever one suits their citizenship state. Give you feedback on your game. Do you have a link or something? The cops hate these kids. Good. Hopefully the cops also give them a bit of a lesson. The officer literally said he's going to try and get them for attempted murder. Hell yes. I mean, with how many of them there were. Technically. I do. Is it a downloadable game or is it one that runs in itch hamburger? They've been dealing with this group for a couple of weeks. Nice. Now they've got them. Web? Nice. On itch? Nice. Post the link. Post thy link. What we're doing today is we're getting the shelf here set up to do multi-mesh. Yeah. Cursed Voyage. This game is about being the drunk captain of your mock ship and finding out you were stranded on an island. The island is cursed with zombies. We'll have to survive till daytime. I love the little jig. Yep. Fucking Jack Sparrow. Yeah, so I got some dialogue there. It looks good. That sound came out of nowhere. So, okay, so you're fighting zombies and stuff. Okay. Oh, damn, there's a lot of them. You need some visual effects. Yep. You need some effects for the gun. Trailer's old, animation soon to be added. Let's see here. Unity. Okay. Okay. I mean, it looks the same. Okay, the camera control does not... The mouse control does not work. The mouse control does not work. So... I move the mouse down, and as soon as my mouse hits the bottom of the screen, it stops. I don't know. It could be a Firefox thing. I don't know. I don't know. But there's a full screen button. I don't think full screen will fix it, though. It should still be... It should still capture the mouse. Yeah. It should still capture the mouse. It is built for Google. Yeah, so I'm running Firefox. So that's probably why. Yeah. Yeah, some sort of permission needs to be accepted to lock the mouse, which I never have that. I always have that prevented. So, yeah. So I'm probably not the person to playtest this. But yeah. Like it does look like it'll be an interesting type of game. You need like some recoil and visual effects for the shotgun. Yeah. It's like the shotgun should have like a flash and whatnot to like be like, oh cool, I did actually shoot. And like an animation for the zombies when they get hit, they like take damage or they fall to the ground and die instead of just disappearing. Throwing the bottles of rum, you should set up like a curve for it. So that like when you throw it, depending on how hard you throw it, depends on how high the arch goes and how far it goes and whatnot. And then when it gets to its destination, it explodes there. 48k hot sauce. It's all that type of stuff. It's just like the extra bits and pieces now, like the smaller things that just add to it. They don't change gameplay in any way. Upload is either for me, since it doesn't... since for me it doesn't even render. I have settings that fakes the resolution, and WebGL games fail at creating textures that size. Yeah. Throwing balls of rum? What the hell? That's alcohol abuse. No, I will not stand for this type of alcohol abuse. Alright. Thanks for the hot sauce there, Patrick. Mm-hmm. Tasty. Tasty, tasty. Might make an unlockable baby with a bottle of rum in his mouth. 48k hot sauce for breakfast? No. My breakfast was cholesterol reducing Wheat Bix with some other cereal that had like prunes and stuff. Yeah. I'm at that age where I have to start eating things like that. Green screen issue there. Your face is a green screen issue. There you go. Hey. What up, Ginger? How are we? I got it. I got the emote. Nice. Nice. Alright, so we do that. Where do we store these? So we have stocked items. That works. Doing ending to the game? Nice. Nice. Feeling dreadful and coughing, but cracking on? Yeah. We gotta crack on. I'm not sure I'm going to meet my deadline that I set for myself of May 24th. But I don't care. I can just change the deadline. The deadline will now be whenever the game is finished. It's probably like another month or so. Alright, so this is what we're doing at the moment. Export bar. Multimesh. So it's chance it will be finished tomorrow. No. May 24th, I could write everything in Rust by then. Go for it, Surreptitious. Let's see if you can finish a shop sim in Rust by May 24th. No AI. Yeah. Yeah, no AI. Let's watch you trip over yourself now. And g'day, Tommy. How you doing? So what we need... Placing... needs to go... Why do we have item being set as moving? Disables the collision. I don't think that's anything I need to worry about anyway. Also going to add another node 3D here. Oops. Contents. So when we place an item, I go contents, be parent to contents. Now that might break other stuff where we check if the parent is. I don't know. We'll see. That's a live item as well. What the hell? I should have that emote. Apparently not. I'm thinking about buying a set of beads for my beard to look like a biker's and a Viking's beard. I'd just stick to braids. The braiding is what really gives you the Viking's beard. So you're like, yeah, that. And then they don't really have beards in them, or beads in them. It's more, they have like that thing, like a little metal, there's like a metal thing at the end that like holds it in place. Yeah. That's what you'd be after. So we do that. Alright, so apart from that, what do we need? So, stocked items erase. Needs repositioning. That's gonna be the difficult stuff. Because we also have broken boxes. So there's also broken boxes that could be on the shelf. So if there's a broken box, we want to just display contents. Contents visible equals not is placing and as broken. So we do this. Multimesh visible instance count is 0 if not as placing and outlined. Or has broken. If his placing, you're never outlined though. I might be able to do that still. Might be able to do that. You guys sitting or standing up? I've been toggling this 15 years. I'm standing. There. I think it's channel exclusive emote. Is it? That's the NASA Artemis one. Could be. Maybe you need to be subbed to NASA in order to have that one. Yeah. I want an office job, but I feel like I might die to. Yeah. Sitting there. Yeah. That's if I work, like get a job somewhere, like when I'm working places, I'll generally try to do 3 days from home, 2 days in the office. So that I can stand when I'm at home. And then when I go into the office, I try to get a standing desk for the entire day. And then people are just looking at me and saying, like, what? He's been there for 8 hours. Only following is enough to get it, but it's not usable anywhere else. Yeah, so, Orchrus, if you follow someone's channel, you can use their emotes only in their channel. If you subscribe to someone's channel, you can use their emotes in other people's channels. So, if NASA was a stream that you could subscribe to, then you would be able to use the emote in other people's channels. But because NASA doesn't have that, they're not set up for people to subscribe and stuff, because they're a government entity and whatnot, then, yeah, you're never going to be able to use it outside of their stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Else... stocked item size. No. Local to scene. Multimesh. Condense. Okay. I mean, doesn't it make sense? The only issue, so here's the thing. The problem is if you start going down that track of allowing advertisements during government speeches or like Parliament hearings, stuff like that, you're going to end up pretty quickly in idiocracy. You have someone walking around being like, oh, thank you, McCory. Much appreciated. Thank you for the 100. You have people walking around just saying random things. Like you'll have a politician that comes out and says, "Morning, everyone. Brought to you by Carl's Jr." We're going to lower taxes. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Obviously, not actually. I'm just using in idiocracy. For anyone that doesn't know, in idiocracy, there's a political figure that always ends their sentences by saying "brought to you by Carl's Jr." because he gets paid by Carl's Jr. every time he says "brought to you by Carl's Jr." So... the US is a idiocracy already. It's a idiocracy, but it's not idiocracy as in the movie yet. And I will say, in the movie, you only ever see America. Okay? You don't know what's going on outside America in that movie. Outside America, it could be normal. Everything else, like every other country, is just like, just leave them to their own device. They can't figure out planes or boats. So we'll just let them stay in their little, in their area. The senators are paid by corporations, and well, there you go. I mean, paid by corporations is different to idiocracy. Just saying. God damn. Yeah, I need to get some Nurofen. What a bot. It'd be crazy for if a sitting president promoted cars on White House lawn or remotely endorsed Goya beads from the Oval Office. I will say, I'm going to be very interested to see, and I'm just going to turn the camera off for a second. I would be interested to see if Trump in any way got paid for saying things about Tesla cars on White House lawn, or, you know, endorsing Goya beans and stuff. Why does it seem like getting paid has bad connotations? Is that not true? What do you mean? What do you mean, why does it seem like getting paid has bad connotations? Is that not true? Yeah, getting paid when you're in a position of power is bad because you're using your position of power to promote something that you don't actually agree on. Yeah. You don't want your politicians and your police chiefs and stuff like that being paid to promote things. You want them to be unbiased. So you don't want them to be influenced by random companies and their money. Which is why people hate lobbying. It was like that whole thing with who was it? Was it It was in one of the previous presidential runs. Like, was it... What's his name? Is it Marco Rubio? Is he the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, this dumbass. This dumbass here is, people asked him, like, he was doing like a large speech with people like in college age, like college age voters. And he was doing a talk, and there was like a shit ton of them there, and he was doing a Q&A, and one of them asked if he would accept money from the NRA, or if he will work to make gun laws better in the country. Something to that effect. And he said that companies give him money based on what he's running for and stuff, like what he's campaigning for, what he would do in office and stuff like that. So he can't just not accept the money. If they're going to give him money, they're going to give him money. And they're like, okay, so the NRA in theory won't give people money that are saying, no, we're going to make tougher gun laws. So are you saying right now that you will make tougher gun laws? And he's like, well, look, I mean, I don't know about that. It's like, okay, well, you're clearly just going to keep taking money from the NRA and... Well, I've also heard people say things like, no billionaire hasn't done something bad to the world to outweigh the positive impact. Yeah. Like, I think there was a study done on the psychology of business executives and CEOs and stuff like that. And they found that majority of the people in those positions have to some degree a level of what is it? Some level of sociopathic tendencies, because that's the only way that they are able to spend that much time working. This would stem from giving away competitive advantage in business in general. Why is this breaking? Oh, that's why. His placing, not his pacing. His placing. Fair. Last thing you want is politicians influenced by companies giving them money. And that's why I think there should be a wealth limit. There should be a wealth cap for politicians. Like, if politicians, if someone goes for is in politics, they shouldn't be allowed to have a net worth greater than like a couple million or something, like, but greater than the average cost of a house plus 50%. You know, they shouldn't be able to have a net worth greater than that. What up, Duck? Elon Musk apparently doesn't have that much money, just stock in Tesla. Of the money you make goes to society. So, Macquarie, that's the same for every billionaire. No billionaire has billions of dollars just sitting in their bank account ready to go. No, they are worth that much because they have that much in stock and assets and stuff throughout multiple businesses and whatnot. What about using government as nationalistic advantage for your country, since businesses do it anyway? As long as you're not accepting payment from companies to do something that the companies want you to do, as long as you're doing it because you find that that is the best thing for your country. Like, there's a difference, surreptitious, between doing something because you believe that's the best thing for your country and doing something because someone else has gone, hey, here's $50 million, do this thing. Very different. In order to make that much money or assets, you need to get tied into so much that then requires more investment and more building. Otherwise it flounders and your value goes poof. Yeah. So it's the... If a billionaire wants money to buy something, so if they want money to buy a company or to buy property or something like that, they go to a bank and they get a loan from the bank to buy that thing, and they put their assets, their stocks and stuff like that, up as collateral to go, collateral, put it on this business that I'm invested in. Cool. And then they go off, they buy this other business with that collateral, and then, yeah, they basically just keep getting bigger and bigger loans to pay off the smaller loans as the stock of the companies that they're invested in go up. Yeah. They never actually have any money. Let's see. So we have that. That needs to be something else as well, though, because these don't get outlined. Of course, duh. Let's see, interactable outline, that does pass. So I guess what I could do is I could set up this. We can do that, so that way we do have outlined, and that's basically that's our indication that the player is looking at the shelf. That's the indication right there. Then we go... If it does not have broken, and it is placing or outlined, I think this is just all wars. If it doesn't have broken, or it is placing, or it is outlined, it can't be outlined while it's placing. If it's not placing or outlined, no. So if we are placing it, this will only be visible if it has broken, and this will be set to 0. Because of all that. That should be correct. Should be correct. As under here, we also go contents visible, true, multi-mesh, visible instance count is 0. Contents visible has broken. Or no, it doesn't have a placing state. Where do we... Okay, we don't have it anywhere. I'm trying to figure out why it's... Actually, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter there. So I'm trying to figure out what... what I can do about its moving. Can, like, is this... Here we are. Delivery box can hold. Is box broken? Otherwise do held objects. But how do we... So if I run that, if I'm moving the display, are all of the shelves... Hang on. If I start moving the shelf, placing... Shelf placing. Stock items front set collision layer value. Why am I just doing it for the front? Why am I only doing it for the first item placed? What? We do turn off the shelves collision layer. I have no idea what those are doing. got no clue. Oh, of course. I know why. Because this is looking at Bobble Stand. I don't want to just look at Bobble Stand, though. Yeah, so that's only called on... Yep. Yep, that's only called on the Bobble Stand. Otherwise, the shelf has its collision layer turned off. So we can't actually be interacting with this if it's placing. So I don't need to worry about outlined in this spot here. Yeah, cool. That works. And then contents, when we're outlining it, does this. Outline. Take that, pop it there. As broken. 0 if... Well. 0 if has broken, else. Stocked item size. Okay. Then when we place the item, if it's unassigned, then we need to go multimesh, mesh as item data, meshes, fronts. And we go multimesh set instance transform. We go into delivery box where we already have this. Question is, where do I have it? There it is. Take that. Up there. It's going to be... No, current stock. Nice. We can change this to current stock. Change this to current stock. Stocked rotation. And new position. Okay, let's... Now, this is probably broken in a lot of places. So we're going to go into windowed so that when an issue occurs, right there, invalid access to property or key multi-mesh on base object of type nil, shelf 140. Ah, yep. Told you it was gonna break. I knew it. Okay, you're still complaining, shelf 140. Shelf place item, shelf GD 140. So that is indeed there. What up, Nathir? How are we? We have multi-mesh, multi-mesh, mesh. I hate the word mesh. Mesh. I fucking hate that word. It's, yeah. Just saying it's leaves a dirty taste in the mouth. Interesting. I know, right? Super interesting. Super duper. It kind of hurts my teeth just thinking about saying mesh. Moist. I'm fine with moist. Moist is fine. So it's saying multi-mesh on a base object of type nil. So it's saying that this is not set. Let's go into displays here. You're a display double. Bobble stand is a bobble stand. That's fine. And they're all set. A chew. A chewy chew. I wonder. Now you inherit interactable. Load. Place item. Because they are indeed set. I'm not sure what's happening there. What up, Woosa? I'm not sure what's happening with that. My brain needs a break. Needs its hourly break to process that. I'm doing okay. My neck's still being a prick. But you know.
How is the moon looking? I mean, wait. Do you see a floating object getting close out of your window?
Nah. The hell is this? The hell is this? How we doing, Oki? They're getting very close to the moon. I'd hope so. It's got to be SE at the end, right? Dense. There we go. Got it. If I wasn't able to get that word, I would be dense. Ha 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 ha. Okay, what do we have? Shush. Yep. Biddy. Mifty. Okay. REABHEOL. Rebar. Okay. I doubt it's going to be AB. A-bowl. I feel like it's going to be... Meb. Mebfa. Mebia. Febma. Febfa. Febia. A. Zebra. Yep. I got that one. Trying to throw me off with a Z. Alright, so we know where the E goes. Hello. Fucking hell, this top left one? The hell is this top left one? The only thing I can think of is Like, Mifty. That's not a word, is it? Was it 50? Oh, you suck. God damn it. 50. I even jokingly did 50. God damn it. God damn it. That's very frustrating. So, what do we need to do now? I need to figure out where this is actually coming from. Place item. Hello, Kalina. How you doing? Are you able to get your save file that was crashing to me? So I can do some tests and get that bug fixed. And then once I've got that done, I can get the new beta deployed for everyone to validate. You didn't have me yet? I did. I have. I did that yesterday when you said it. You're right there in my list. It's there. It's there. Stoat maybe Stoat doesn't provide a notification when it's accepted, but yeah. Why does this think that mesh instance is null? Oh, good, Koina. Send it through when you got time. No rush. I'm relaxed. What do I want to do here? Place item. Place item. I think what I want to do is go... Get path. Last one printed. Wire display. Ah. 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 Oh. Wire display. Copy. Paste. There we go. So they're all displaying. Let's have a look. We ready to see? God damn it. I'm gonna do this. If we do that, okay. FPS is still tanking. FPS is still tanking, even with multi-mesh displaying. I'm pretty sure multi-mesh is displaying. Let me just double check here. Oh yeah, remove outline. I'm gonna go visible instance count equals 0 if has broken, else current stock. Visible instance count. Yep. So they just all disappear. So even with all of that stuff hidden, wonder if it's all of these. Let's get this multi-mesh stuff done first. But currently it doesn't look like multi-mesh is a fix for our performance. So we outline it. Your contents visible if has broken. The visible instance count for the multi-mesh is 0 if has broken, else current stock. And your visible, yeah, same thing down here. I'm gonna check that the multi-mesh is actually given something. Go into here. Furniture. Display shelf. Multi-mesh. Multi-mesh, so it does have that. Interesting. Why? I have a feeling that current stock. Actually, no, outline will always be true for that. And this will be 0 all the time when we outline it. And this here will continue. Yeah, that's what we need. Then when we remove the outline, yeah. Okay, so that should correct that up. All right. Display shelf, multi-mesh. Okay, so we're looking at the athletes. So the remove outline has broken. Contents visible. Current stock. Ooh. Shelf 206. What do you mean? Why did you break now? Interesting. Then you save a small explanation of why did what happen. Sweet. Thank you. Why was it printing so many? Why was multi-mesh visible instance set to 0? So we can see here, false. Need anything else? Nah, that's all I needed. Thank you, Kalina. So we can see here, false. The first false we print is this, has broken. Morning, Mike. Morning, Jordstar. How we doing? So the first one we have is has broken. And that prints false. Okay? False. Which is why contents visible is also false. Okay? Okay. And then we print current stock, which is 6. 6. Up here, has broken is false. So it should be setting visible instance count to current stock, which is 6. 6. No worries, Mike. No worries. Good luck. What up, peanut butter? Why do you use Godot? Why not Unity? I'm on Linux. So things like Unity and Unreal Engine don't really work that great on Linux. They do work, but not optimally. So yeah, I tend to opt for things that work well. Yeah. If they had a better setup for Linux, I'd probably be more inclined to use them. But yeah. That's the main reason. That's the main reason. Already told him to use Unreal 3 with wine. I'm not. No. I may as well use SDL1. This doesn't make sense to me, though. So its printing has broken is false. False. I know why it's happening. I know why. It just clicked. It is setting this. But the problem that we have, the big issue, the holy goddamn why am I doing this problem, is we go multi-mesh. Alright. I'm not using anything multiplayer, so I don't know why that's popping up. Instance count. Item data. Oh, what is it? What determines the shelf being full? Max stock. Where do we set max stock? That's what our issue is. That's what the problem is there. Unity's going through so many changes at present and needs to stabilize both business and engine before I do anything other than prototyping. Unreal is good, but bloated for indie game dev. Yes, it's so bloated. There's so much extra stuff we don't need. Yep. Like when you create an empty project and it gives you an entire fucking landscape. Like, no. It's not what I said. I said an empty project, god damn it. I've thought of doing a small Unreal game recently. Nice. positions now. So. Because of that. So we do that. Yeah. So my only issue now is even though we're using Multimesh for all of that stuff, and we're not displaying notice the FPS count. Notice that FPS drop. Why do they flicker like that? Why do they flicker? Huh. It's not Z fighting. It's not Z fighting. It's to do with the toggling of stuff on and off. But yeah, you can see how the FPS hasn't improved with using the multi-mesh. And if I go out here and we have a look, you can see this shelf here. You'll see it's displaying the multi-mesh. Like they're all displaying the multi-mesh. So I guess the only other thing for me to test is these. I want to see if that's... It's not drawing too many at once. It's drawing a maximum of 32 at once, which isn't many.
Please, fondle my buttocks, please fondle my buttocks, I beg you to fondle my buttocks.
This is a tobacconist. That'll be 3 shillings, please. Let's go into... Whoops.
Ah, tobacconist. I will not buy now this tobacconist, for it is scrammed.
I will not buy this tobacconist. It is scratched. I'm trying to find which ones. Trying to find what's causing this goddamn FPS hit. So we don't have any of the shelves displaying. It's not dropping down nearly as low. So it might be... I wonder. I think I have an idea. So we turn off. We turn off unhandled input if we're not placing. So if we're placing, we turn on unhandled input. That's not something that I default to, though. Wonder. No. Oh. So we've got multi-meshes being used to display all the stuff on the shelves, apart from the bobble heads on and the bobble stands. What else? I have no idea what the fuck the issue is. I got that out on yesterday and integrated into project settings configuration, several working screen templates, created a scene loader. I'll work on transitions later. Trying to decide to publish it. Have blank loading screen. One with progress bar, one with animated icon. Next was thinking of animations. Most animations would be game specific. They would be. They would be. It is an FPS problem, Jordster. It is an FPS problem. But I don't know what it is. Does this have a process? It has a physics process and it has an unhandled input. But it doesn't have a process. So... Go into here, have a look at interactable. It doesn't have a process either. Process inputs. One thought, having screenshots loading in the loading screen, I can have them add my screenshot code to their add-on. Have the screen load a random screenshot or image from a directory. I feel like a lot of people will get caught out for that. I feel like a lot of people would be like, yeah, put my screenshots into, like, just have my screenshots go to a default location. And then they'll be going through, and then all of a sudden, like, a lollipop chainsaw screenshot will pop up. And they'll be like, ah, no. Oh, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Okay, so Bobble does have a process. But we don't set process to false, do we? Set process false. What does process do for the bobblehead state machine? Nothing under there. Nothing under there. Nothing under there. When repairing, it has something. Nothing under there. Nothing under there. Nothing under there. So it's only needed when the bobblehead is repairing something. Okay. I don't think that's going to do anything, but maybe. 35k hot sauce? Alright. Give me 2 seconds.
Howdy.
Howdy, hey. No. I think it's like... I think it's many, many small things. I think it's many, many small things. Vibe code of math. I will check that momentarily. A bit of a shake. Alright. Thank you, Makori. What are you opening up over here for? $100k a year per... 100k per year is just 500 users paying $5 per month, by the way. What? 500 users a month would be, over the course of a year, 6,000 users. At $5 a piece every month, it's $30,000. Yeah, it's 30,000. 100k in revenue, sure. 100k in profit is only if your expense is 0, though. You also do same math, because it's not 100k in revenue either. The other 70k definitely comes from rage bait. Yeah. Honestly, based on their profile picture, I don't think it's interaction or rage bait. I think they genuinely believe it. Should have taken math seriously at school. That was... God damn. When's the game coming out? Sometime this year. I was aiming for May 24th, but that may have to be pushed out. Because I'm not going to be working on anything else until I can get this performance stuff fixed. But right now, I cannot find what the cause of the performance issue is. Almost hospital? Have a good one, Mike. Have a good one. I hope it's as enjoyable as possible. Yeah. Why? Why? So, we're going to see what happens. If I turn all of those off, so we can't see them, then it loads everything in. See how it still tanks to like 80, 70, that type of stuff? Should we do that instead? See how it's still down at like 85. It's like turning all of that off has improved it Slightly. Slightly. That has improved it. So if I now go into here, if I turn these off, still drops down to 85. I don't think it's a visual thing. I don't think it's a visual thing. Because if I turn all these back on, like, it's a little bit of visual thing. It's a little bit of a visual thing. I thought the FPS would have been in like the 500s. Well, that's kind of why it's a performance issue, Macquarie. We're trying to figure out why it's not. That's the entire purpose of what we're doing here. So turning all of that stuff off does give us like 20 FPS, 20 to 30 FPS. But obviously we need all of this stuff to actually render. And we're already using multi-meshes to render these things when we're not interacting with them. So right now, all of the shelves are using multi-mesh to render the products on all of those shelves around there. Can't use a multi-mesh for these because they're just displaying one card. Alright, here's something I'm going to try. I'm going to check out main. So this will just be displaying the rigid bodies. It won't be doing any multi-mesh stuff. It's about this. It's the same. It's the same. So changing it out for multi-mesh instances doesn't do anything. Maybe... Here's what we'll do. So turning off all furniture does indeed fix a little bit of it, but like 10 to 20 FPS. Yeah, so like 10 to 20 FPS difference. So like that there was when we had the furniture turned off. The low was about 67, the high was about 102. Then here the low was about 50 to 67, 66. So the difference between the two highs is about 40. The difference between two lows is about 10. 10 to 15. So there is a bit of an increase there, but not an increase that you would expect to see if it was a visual issue. So I don't think it's a visual issue. Assuming you already have occlusion culling. Occlusion culling doesn't work for us because all of our stuff is dynamic. Occlusion culling only works for things that, like, you set up your occlusion shape, and then that will cull anything behind it when you bake it. But at the same time, when we turn off all of the visual stuff, it still doesn't increase FPS the way you would expect it to. So it's not a matter of, oh, do this one thing and it will fix it. It's a matter of, all right, there's like 30 tiny things that I need to change somewhere. The problem is finding those things. There's 123 agents. There's 44 obstacles. I wonder if it is navigation. I wonder if it's the collision shape. Could be the collision shape. I like camera occlusion culling where it doesn't render everything behind you. Yeah, so again, Macori, that only works when you have stuff that's static. Like you set up a you set up this occluder instance, which provides occlusion culling. But then once you set that up, you bake the occluders and everything behind, like everything that should occlude is occluded. That doesn't work for us because you can change the size of the store. You can move furniture to different places and stuff like that. You can place different things on the shelves. So there's nothing that you can bake that takes that into account. So and we already know, like, if I run this, if I go here, let's go new game, completely new game, you'll see we're getting 165 FPS. Alright? So the issue has nothing to do with the world. It has nothing to do with the static occluders, like the static meshes and stuff, the occluders and whatnot. It's got everything to do with the thousands of items that we place in the store. It's got everything to do with all of these products and furnitures and stuff that we put in the store. So all of this dynamic stuff is what causes issues. And you can't set up occluders for that. Like, there's no occluder that you can set up for that. And also, as I showed before, if you turn all of the visuals off for all of that stuff, it doesn't fix the FPS. The FPS still tanks down to like 65 at times. So it's something other than that. Like, there's something else going on. Something like these processing some physics or something like that, or just something happening. Let's see. It's the what would it be? What would be? FPS is going to be worse on this run because I'm viewing all of the collisions. What up, Funk? It's good to have a profile, otherwise let's just see what's using the most execution usage. Not to the extent that we would want. Yeah. Like, that's... It kind of gives you this. There is this. So there is find collisions. But I can't imagine that find collisions would impact process time. Because find collisions runs on the physics frame. Physics time is 5. Physics frame is 16. I think it might be the nav agents. I think it could be the nav agents, but again, it's because the nav mesh is like cut up into smaller and smaller bits. Like that's the only thing I can think is that it would be. Because, yeah, like, physics 3D, I can't imagine that would run during process time. You know what I mean? I could do this. I could run. I can run this one, which will tell us rendering stuff as well. Okay. Yeah, like render 3D is low. Render viewports 3.57, 6.34. Like that's within 165 FPS acceptable. I have a feeling it's the... I'll turn obstacles off for those. Have a look. FPS is still low. And see, that's now up at 14.3, like 14 milliseconds. And find collision is now 20.67. If I turn obstacle back on, so we've got obstacles turned back on. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Line collisions is still up at 23. It's basically these two put together. I don't have NPCs moving on process. They move on physics process. So like this just sets up if they're scared, what their dialogue would be. Then this does the physics process, which handles the move and slide. Nav agent move. Checks if it's finished. Gets the next path. Sets the velocity. I'm gonna try something here. If new node is furniture, return. I don't want to add any furniture to the game at all. None whatsoever. I just want to see how that impacts things. So with no furniture added, we're at 165. If I turn off VSync, still got all of those. Wonder if it's those. No, that wouldn't make sense because that wouldn't explain why it's dropped so much with this. I have a feeling it's to do with the navigation. So, for example, I need to fix those up so that out there. So you see how the navigation here is very simple. Very simple indeed. Yeah. And then if we go back in here, we get rid of that. And we have all of these display. They're still going to carve the navigation. So they've now carved the navigation out. So it's more complex. Only when I'm moving too. Like if I stand still, I stand still, it's up to 113. 110. If I look... it drops. If I walk... it stays up. Is there unhandled input somewhere that I'm not? HUD. This one here. That'll be fine. Hang on. I wonder if it all relates back to the interaction manager. No, not quite. I guess. What else could we do? If it's not an interaction. Is each small item placed on shelf contributing to nav mesh? No. What up, Onic? Are there nav agents running outside for the store that don't need to be? No. All of the NPCs walking out the front of the store, that if you open your store, they then come into the store. Gonna check. Yeah, it's not just nav agents. Like this is the thing. Like trying to narrow it down to just one thing isn't gonna fix it. We need to find like 12 different things that are 12 different things that are all part of the problem. Because this here, I do. So if I move, there's that. So that there, walking, is triggering that, which it shouldn't. We want this. Let's have a look. We need an array of actions that we want to handle. So the only things we actually want to handle are things like stop repair, collect, interact, special secondary, special primary, interact secondary, interact primary, tablet, bobbles, main menu. So that shouldn't be taking up that much time though. That shouldn't be taking up that much time. If we set nav agents physics process. Walk. What if we try that? Yeah, no, so doing that doesn't do anything. Inite cycle not null. Current time greater than close time. And on time a timeout is connected. I feel like this is something that shouldn't be checked in process, but that's not that heavy. What up, USA? No, so the nav mesh doesn't change based on the player, because the player is not an obstacle for NPCs to avoid. So NPCs just walk through the player, player walks through NPCs, that's all fine. So we do have that process. Trying to find things specifically related to furniture and objects. Simply, none of those are happening. How big are the cell sizes? I forget. Let's check. So in the store, I think 0.1 and 0.1. So the defaults are like 0.25 and 0.25. Like I could set that back to 0.25, but I think I need to go into here and go to navigation. Go 3D and we set you to 0.25. We do that. Go sidewalk. .25. So it's not wildly different from the base size of stuff. Like if we do that and we rebake, I think that's basically the only difference there. And then go out onto here, you rebake. Yeah. That's all it is. Like we can try the 0.25, which is their default. But I don't think that's going to do anything. Start that. Go here. Load up. Yeah. Still going down to 56. Employee wouldn't be able to get back here to work, which would be a problem. But yeah. What do the pink circles mean? Those are just links. Where are we? Like they're nav links connecting. Storage nav link. This one. So it's a nav link connecting the store nav mesh to the street nav mesh. So that's basically allows them to cross over that threshold. Still about this, but the nav agent targets always viable path. I know a large bottleneck for nav A star is when queries can't find their target path. I mean, we can have a look. NPC. Actually, move to target. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything in here that's like, oh, if the target's not reachable. Let's see. Is target reachable? So that's the bobblehead. It's employee action, employee action, employee action, employee. All these are employees. So we don't check any of that and do any recalculation for NPCs. So NPCs are always moving, which tells me that it's not an issue of if NPC nav agent print debug not reachable. But we'll do this just as a sanity check, but I don't think it's going to print. Yeah. So they're always reachable. Yeah, it's not too crazy to set up. I too am running out of ideas. Oh, hang on, there was some not reachable. But who is that? Okay, it's stopped now, though. That only happens for like a few seconds. And that's it. There was a few more. I'm not seeing any NPCs freak out and not reach their path, though. It doesn't get obstructed by me. So I think it was you. I wonder if it's when they try to like get out there. If the navigation, like the collider here is preventing them. But I don't think I have them colliding with this collider though, because they don't need to. Very interesting. You look like you might go somewhere unreachable. No. Damn it. It's not there. There's not. Those are just the tops of colliders. But they don't try to reach those. Those are too high up. So the navigation server ignores those for the NPCs. Because the NPC's nav agent is not able to step up that high. Yeah, those are just like the top of the walls. So like you can't walk through here. And that's just the top of the wall. There. No NPCs get spawned up there. I don't think. It's actually a very good question. They got 3 NPCs. That's those 3. You got 4. Yeah, so the NPCs spawn on this nav mesh here. And those floating ones are part of the store. They're part of this store's nav mesh. So NPCs will spawn out here. And they'll never you. So I think he just tried to get somewhere he couldn't around there. But I did see him still walk around it. Still, I don't think that's causing the drop. Like, that's not causing our decrease. Is what it interacts with world, furniture, and floor. If we go into street, we have a look at store sidewalk. that collision layer is 6. So its collision layer is 6 and only 6 because the player is the only thing that we want to actually interact with that. We don't want the player to walk out of bounds here. NPCs, it's fine for them to cross over this because they're NPCs. They're confined to the nav mesh. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. The hell? Yeah, good for you. Oh, because it was fucking had caps lock on. Bloody caps lock. I hit caps lock way too often. I press caps lock way too often. God damn. Gosh darn it. So what's next? If true, the obstacle affects avoidance using nav agents. If I turn that off, we have visible navigation, just to make sure the navigation still gets carved. So turning that off doesn't really do anything. No, it doesn't have a negative impact, so I could probably just leave that turned off. I think I need to make the... I need to make that bigger. Like that. Pull it out further so that the navigation age... so that the nav doesn't get cut off. Yeah. But it's not stopping them from placing that there. Or even placing it there. I am kind of fine with them placing it there. Because if I hire an employee while that's placed there, the employee's going to go, I can't get to that point. I can't get there, I can't get to the task, so I'm just going to unassign that task from myself and stay out the back. Why? That's also a problem. That's fine. I do feel like it could be something related to those. Like, I don't think this is, like, the thing that fixes it. It's not dropping below 50 anymore. That's definitely done something, but it's not like... That's definitely something. And the problem is basically not something we're able to really do anything about. It's just how rigid bodies are. Because the delivery boxes are rigid bodies. We go out here, you can see they're always colliding with stuff. And if I move into them, they move around and whatnot. There's not really much I can do about that. Like, that's just how they work. What I could do a store. Let's go into store. So all of these areas here if true. Ezra! Welcome in. How are you doing? I am trying to find performance. Yep, that's what I'm trying to do, Ezra. What were you up to today? Give us all of the funky details. That's what Funk wants. Just had a pixel art session. Nice. 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 This is the annoying thing that I'm dealing with. It only happens when you have a large store. When you have a large store full of products. So, at the start, it's fine. You start a new game, spawns a bunch of stuff in, you know, you got your NPCs walking around and whatnot, you're at 600 FPS, 700 FPS, you know, all is good. All is good. But then when you go to this store, You load everything in. You got all these goddamn items everywhere. And you got these boxes out the back all colliding because they're rigid bodies trying to fall. All of a sudden, the performance is down. And here's the thing. All of these shelves, all of those shelves around the wall, they are using multi-meshes. So that shelf of 32 card packs is using a multi-mesh to display 32 card packs. When I go over and I look at the shelf and you get the interactions on the left there, that's when it displays the actual items, like the actual rigid bodies. Alright, so that I can take them off the shelf. But then I look away and it's displaying the multi-mesh. Multi-mesh, rigid bodies. Multi-mesh, rigid bodies. Multi-mesh, rigid bodies. So, yeah. Multi-mesh, rigid bodies. Something... So his draw calls very high. Draw calls are not the be all and end all of everything. I'll turn off the visible collisions because that's going to be doing a lot of draw calls and stuff on its own. But a high number of draw calls doesn't matter. The complexity of the draw calls is what matters. Yeah. So you can have like 10,000 draw calls, but if the complexity of every draw call is extremely small, doesn't matter. Time to use servers for mesh and bodies. Instancing a mesh into 3D space. But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. They're using... Well, right now, it's not using the multi-mesh. If I quit this, we go over here, we go... check out multi-mesh. Now they're using... Now they'll be using multi-mesh. But there's no... There's no real difference. Yeah. So we're rendering multi-mesh for all of those, right? Now it's the actual collisions, multi-mesh, collisions, multi-mesh, rigid body, multi-mesh, rigid body. And there's that flicker there every now and then, which is it changing between the multi-mesh and the collisions. Yeah. But yeah, that doesn't fix our issue. So, because yeah, I tested it yesterday. Having 2,000 rigid bodies in a scene. and it was like 5 draw calls with 700 FPS. And then I changed it to use like a bunch of multi-mesh instances, each displaying 6 meshes, to give me another like 2,000-ish instances being displayed. And it was like 1,500, 1,600 FPS with like 4,000 draw calls. So I was like, all right, clearly that's it. Clearly that's an improvement. But for some reason here, it's not doing that. So there's something else going on. We'll figure it out, I know you will. Yeah, the problem is I don't want to spend like, I don't want to be here for like a week trying to figure this out. But I have a feeling this is going to take me like a month to figure out. That one there's displaying both contents and multi-mesh. Oh no, that's a bobble stand, so I don't care about that one. Yeah, so here it's displaying contents, and the multi-mesh has no visible instance count. You display multi-mesh. I can't be looking at both of these at once. So there is something incorrect with setting those. But that's fine. Probably missed a troubleshooting step. Just try turning off nav mesh NPCs in the full source. See if it dropped FPS. I mean, I can, but like we can. Go in here. Let's just return spawn NPC for now. And I mean, I'll just turn off spawning NPCs. So there's no NPCs using the nav mesh at all. None whatsoever. It's not gonna fix it. Like, these ones here are just like NPCs from the previous game, but they'll disappear at some point. But yeah, it's not gonna fix it because we've already seen, if I go a new game, hey, fuck off. What the fuck's your problem now? I started a new game just before. Has broken box. Invalid access property or key line item or a base object of type nil. Shelf has broken. What the fuck? Give me a second. But yeah, we know that's not going to be an issue because we know that if we start a new game with NPCs walking around, we're at like 650, 700 FPS. So turning off the NPCs and the nav mesh isn't going to work because that's not what's causing the performance drop. If that's what was causing the performance drop, we would notice it even when we start a new game. Go in here. Box types has if item data is null, return false. we go. You can see that there. Like, no NPCs walking around. Or like 795, 800. Okay. And as I look around, it drops below. And then we load this. Yeah. And now after these two NPCs disappear, it's still going to be down at like 60. So we'll wait for these two to despawn. Cool, they're both gone. And see how like we're still dropping down to like 65. Like they're not gonna be a problem. Now, it's all of this stuff here. We know it's all of this stuff here. Fuck, yes. Save. Oh, damn. Neovim, sometimes you're a bit annoying. It's not interaction manager. It's not. It's got to be something to do with. It's got to be something to do with furniture. Or delivery box. Or both. If it's on floor. If it's on floor and the state is idle, return. So that's not processing anything in physics. Actually, that's something else that I need to test that I haven't tested. I have a feeling this is going to be a problem. That does seem to narrow it down to the physics/rendering. That's everything. Narrowing it down to the physics or rendering is literally the entire game. It narrows it down to the furniture and the items. So it's not NPCs, it's not navigation, it's not... it's not the UI, it's not the interaction system. It's not player movement or anything like that. It's got to be furniture and delivery box. Because again, if I go into save load, we go if new node is furniture or new node is delivery box, return. If we do that, we load this. You can see how we're up at 800 still. 860. That's with no furniture, no delivery boxes. So we know it's got something to do with those. And if I if I remove delivery boxes from there, so we've got delivery boxes spawned in, right? So these delivery boxes doing all their collisions and whatnot has dropped us down from 800 to 400. Right? And if we change this to delivery box, to have furniture and delivery box, or to have furniture to put in but not delivery box. See, we're now down. So that's tanked it a lot more than the delivery boxes tanked it. But yeah. They don't use... They don't all use simple shapes. So this one here uses a box shape. That's perfectly fine. Blinky! Here comes Blinky Bill. How you doing, Blinky? Welcome in. We're investigating performance today. That's what we're doing. This collision here, as you can see, is a concave. Well, actually, you can't see. Now you can see. Now you can see. Been coding for almost 9 hours. God damn. Yuck. Yucky. So this collision shape here is a concave polygon. Do you have any progress updates, like any links to progress and stuff? But you can see here, this collision is this, because it has that odd shape to it there. I could simplify it. I'm working on the back end for my cooking stream. Nice. Nice. That could be 2 cube colliders. It could be, but the problem with that is when we disable this collision. So we disable this collision shape, like just this collision here, when we pick it up and start moving it around, so that it doesn't interfere with the player, it doesn't interfere with NPCs or the walls and stuff like that. I could change this to just be a single box. It's like that's, put it up 0.5, so that's 1 meter. So we could do that, and then this one here, what I could do with this is I could change this to be a box that's like 0.4, 0.2, maybe 0.02. So how is the cooking stream looking there, Blinky? Like this needs to be like 2.5. You have to be like 1.3. Something like that. Then make you 2 meter up. 1.8. Something like that. So we can do that. We can test that out with simple collision shapes. See if changing it to simple collision shapes improves it. Not really. Nah. Hasn't really improved it. Because while they're here, like... yeah. Because nothing's colliding with them. Like, there's nothing actually colliding with these things. Except for the player. Like, the player is the only thing that actually collides with them. Oh, they are static. Like, all of the shelves are static by default. Like, they're static bodies. So they're not trying to drop or anything like that. The only thing that's the only things that are rigid bodies are the things that get placed onto like the items that get placed onto the shelf. But when those items are placed on the shelf, they're set to be frozen, like they're set to freeze, those rigid bodies, and their freeze mode is static. Yeah. I had to stop because the connection to the Kinect one stopped working after almost 9 hours. God damn. God damn. Oh. I think I know what the issue with my neck is. It's constantly being turned this way. It's a nightmare. I wonder if... It's definitely something with furniture is the big thing that we need to correct. Furniture's the big thing we need to correct. So we need to find something in here. We did actual developing from the very start and prototyping. God damn. God damn. Actually, one thing I'm gonna do. And that's areas. As well as storage areas. So if I disable it. Whoops. What is that? Ah, yeah, that's the NPC. Yep. That thing. I'll turn those off. I'm going to disable all of those. So I'm just disabling all of the areas here. The reason why I'm disabling all the areas is because I want to see if perhaps there's something that's triggering those to always overlap. Let's see, so we had 294. So no, that hasn't. It's not that. Go on, lurk. Have a good one, Funk. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you for the lurk as well. Much appreciated. Knowing the Connect since the release, we implemented the GST launch VFoil to sourced with and without video for link. Latest version was fetching the video via libfreenect library. What the hell? Kind of hardcore, but I truly enjoyed it. Let's take this a step further. Bobble stand. I'm gonna go return true. Not displaying the bobbleheads is definitely a bonus. I don't actually think that Multimesh is doing anything to improve performance. Not in my case, at least. Um, got a ton of work to do fixing what didn't work. Then implementing actual G stream of video source, then image processing and conversion, then Laplace interpolation to fix defects in depth map blob tracking using the depth map, and also implementing background model that adapts to changes. That was a bunch of words that I know, but trying to put them all together in my brain is struggling. Yeah. I've done most of this in the past. You're used to it. Let's hide the price tags. Price tags aren't going to be changing much. Okay. What if you're a display. You're a display double. You're a display. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go if new node is display or is shelf double, return. I don't want to display that for testing purposes. Okay, so it's not dropping below 75 by the looks of it. Oh, there it goes, down 69. That's better than dropping down to 51, though. Okay. You can tell how much I enjoy this, right? The fact you keep doing it should be sign enough. So if it's if we turn all of those off, all of the display shelves turn off. No. This... Let's see. There's got to be something in furniture or the chain of furniture so let's so we go through this with ready up. We disable. So when furniture is placed, the raycasts are disabled, which is good because it means they're not trying to constantly raycast when they're placed. So that's not going to be an issue. We have check place raycasts, which is in state placing. They're currently placed, so that's not being called. Interact, that only gets called from the interaction manager. Same with all of these. Unhandled inputs. I think I've already taken care of that, haven't I? No, I was working on that. Let's test this. So we go placed. We set those. Placing. We set them to true. So they are set to not process. So if we go into here and we go print debug. Oops. We should not see any of that printout. Yep, cool. So that doesn't get printed out, which means that is turned off. And we also do, that's also physics process, isn't it? Yeah, physics process is also disabled when it's placed, so this isn't running at all either. So it's not NPCs, it's none of this. That leads me to believe it's something to do with shelf. So let's have a look at shelf. Ready. Now placing and finish placing. Get interactions. Place item. Reposition stock. Make conscious. Save and load. That's an interactable. Let's go into here. See if there's something in interactable that's doing it. Set counter collision. Get interactions. Outline and remove outline. Moving. Toggle open. Kill tween. Stock. Pack. Pick up idle. Pick up stock. Interact primary. All of this stuff is stuff that's called when the player does something. So none of that is going to be the cause. Turn off bottle stands and card holders. If enabled and passed in a navigation mesh baking process, the obstacle will discard source geometry inside its vertices and height defined shape. I can turn off this. We don't need avoidance enabled. Get rid of you. Turn you off. We don't have any of these being displayed, but shelf double. Special display. The bust. If I can't figure this out, what do I do? What do I do if I can't find the cause of this performance issue? What is the next thing to do after that? Wait for PCs to get more powerful? Now these do have a collision. I feel like just changing them to be a box. It's like... like that. Whoops. Set this to point. One eight, maybe? Yeah. 1.8 looks good. Ran into an old bug limitation I haven't used. Ran into an old bug limitation. I haven't used the Kinect since roughly 2018 when I moved to AI-based object tracking. Has nothing to do with Gen AI. Yep. The problem is that you technically have two APIs for the Kinect 1, and you should not mix them. And of course, I did exactly this. And after 8 years, I simply forgot. That's fair. Like, why would they have two APIs for that stuff? Like, what would the purpose of the two APIs be? Why wouldn't you just make it a single API? Taking care of all of that. Let's see here. So it only prints that at the start. Get rid of that. For a very good reason. The Kinect 1 technically consists of a projector, an IR sensor, and the RGB camera. The regular API doesn't care about synchronization between the IR and the RGB sensor. The Sync API does. And I need the Sync API, but start with the regular one to explain chat how this Kinect works. Okay, so it wasn't two APIs for the same thing. Right, so it's not like two APIs for the Kinect itself. It's the Kinect has an API for synchronization, an API for non-synchronized. Just whatever. Check out the posting of his Discord quick. I'll make it very quick because I want to try and figure out this issue. I don't know which channel it's in. I don't know, general. Very campfire. Nice. You got a page up. Very nice. What is it? What is the performance hit? Evaluator. Expression to evaluate. What up, secrets? Hey, I'm multi now. Yay! Does this mean I'm ethnically diverse? Nurture the beard? Let's do it. Beautifully nurtured. Thanks for the lurk, Blinky. Gotta need some sleep. Why would you need some sleep? Why would you gotta need some sleep? Are you saying that you're gonna go to... Are you saying that you're going to go to the gym because the gym will force you to use energy and that use of energy will cause you to need sleep? Is that what gotta need sleep is? I feel like that's what gotta need sleep is. A lack of caffeine. Gotta go to the store and buy some sleep. Ah, that's true. Yep. What is the issue? I wonder, actually. Let's see what happens. If I go into here, if I turn off Bobble Box visibility, I don't think this is going to fix anything either. I just want to see if it gives like a boost of something. Yeah. No, it doesn't. Alright. Let's try the card packs. Actually. Shelf. If item data line item we just return true here for the time being. And now we can go enums line item. Gonna copy that. Gonna go casual bobble box. What? Why? Yep. Okay, so I've copied that. Pop it there. Athlete bobble box. Professional bobble box. HV bobble box. I have a choice I can make. I can either spend another 6 months on my small game, or I can post it now on itch and make another project for 6 months. What do you want to do? You're late, Avinity. You are late. Okay, so even with those not spawning in, still tanks. We change this to Kaz card. I'm basically just trying to identify if it's an issue to do with the furniture or the things on the furniture, that have been like positioned on the furniture. Looks like a combination. Those are card binders. Or a bubble box. And you're just displaying the mesh, the static mesh, which is using this material here, which is an asset. So that's going to be batched in the same draw call. I want to make another game. I don't want to spend 11 months on detonometry, because I feel like I can't really justify that. I want to make it a commercial release for what was supposed to be a 3 to 4 month project. People do like it, but that won't justify spending 11 plus months on it. I want a Steam release, and that is how long detonometry would take if I released it on Steam. Yeah. So your problem here, Devable, you expected detonometry to be a 6-month project, correct? A 6-month project that you can get released on Steam. Is that what you thought it would be? Yes. Okay. Now you're thinking, do you spend another do you spend another 11 months or 5 months or however long you need to spend on it to get it finished and put on Steam? Or do you put it on itch as it is now, move on to a new project, again, a project that you think will take you 6 months, but could end up taking you a year, could end up taking you 2 years. Maybe after 6 months of that project, you go, all right, I'm going to put this up on itch, and I'm going to go on to another project that will take me 6 months to get it released on Steam. That's the situation you're in. You don't know if this next project you want to work on is going to take you 6 months. You think it'll take you 6 months, just like you thought detonometry would take you 6 months. Is it actually going to be 6 months, though? And if it's not going to be 6 months, I like the proper discipline for this project. So you need to, if you do change project, Devable, if you do decide to change project, what you need to do is you need to properly plan it and scope it and not deviate from that plan or scope. At least not a lot. Like maybe like minor deviations here, but not much. And you need to make sure that it is something you can complete in that time. And you need to make sure that you are disciplined to stay on the project and keep working on it. Because otherwise you end up in the exact same situation where after 6 months you go, all right, I don't have the proper discipline to work on this project, so I'm going to move on to another one. And then you're never actually solving the issue. You're never fixing what's wrong. Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as people want it to be, game dev is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not something that you can make a lot of money fast from. Questions are not disabled. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic dunt. I wonder if it's stocked. If it's stocked, I'm going to turn off the collision. I'm doing well, Sophs. How you doing? Larger as in... the biggest difference between now and then is that now I have a PC and can tackle large projects, since I had a Chromebook before. Devable, that goes against what you want to do. You said you want to do a project in 6 months. And now you're saying that the difference between when you started Detonometry and now is that you have a PC, not a Chromebook, that you can do larger projects. A larger project is not something you can do in 6 months. So that does not change anything about whether you should change to a new project or stick with Detonometry. Do you do 3D modeling for it? What software do you use? I use Blender for 3D modeling, and I've done the 3D modeling. Like I've done the card holders here. I've done these things, like the displays here. I've done all of this 3D modeling bits and pieces, but not all of the 3D modeling. Yeah, larger as in more performance intensive. Again, devable, that's not something you're going to be able to do in 6 months, because a project that's more performance intensive is going to require you to do more performance optimization. And performance optimization is a whole different skill set, something that I'm currently learning right now. I agree with the take. I come from a Roblox background, and as an outsider's think of it as a kid's game, but they see the rewards creators get. It's not something like visual scripting. It takes so much time to get good at creating games and actually make good content. Yeah, exactly. Nothing in game dev, even on platforms like Roblox, is get-rich-quick scheme. Yeah. Don't do art game dev because you want to make money. Do it because you love it. Exactly. Exactly. Like, right now, I'm trying to figure out what the performance issue I'm having is. And it seems to be related just solely to furniture. Like, just these bastards here. Got to be something else going on. Furniture states. Furniture base state only has cleanup. Furniture placed. Doesn't have anything that's happening. I'm going to try something here. This is going to seem weird. I want to see something. I wish there was an engine like Roblox Studio for actual games and unaffiliated with the slop that's being mass-produced at the minute. It feels really weird to me. Unity is a massive download and Unreal can barely run on even on decent hardware. Unreal is also just like a massive download. Like, it's bigger than Unity. I am looking forward to Sandbox. I'm going to be interested to tinker with Sandbox. Okay, so that hasn't done anything for performance. All right, that's good. That's all I wanted to test. Because I just wanted to make sure that they were, like, they weren't going into some weird state that was causing things to do that. Unreal Studio is really, really powerful engine, though. Some of the stuff made with it is insane. It is, but, like, I would never touch Roblox Studio purely because of what's associated with Roblox. I don't want to be associated with any of that. So, Sandbox will probably be lots of fun. Gary's mod. It was a fun time back in the day. So, Sandbox is a full-fledged game engine. It's not a Gary's mod. It's built using Source 2 engine, like using that SDK. Burn! G'day, you pricks. I mean, gedunts. How yous doing? Welcome in. Hi. I'm fighting performance issues at the moment. Wow. Did you like that intro? Depression? I mean, that's a great way to make coffee. Sorry, that's espresso. Not bad. Espresso, not X. S. Espresso. Espresso. Bloody Americans got me saying it wrong. What were you doing today, Fern? Tell us all about it. Godot is actually based on C++. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that was good. Give me 2 seconds just to get my headphones fixed. The cables are pissing me off. Something shocking. I don't know what. Let's show you what I'm tinkering with. That's my issue at the moment. Just over there. Okay. See the FPS drop and the process time. That's what I'm trying to fix at the moment. And I've narrowed it down to furniture. Furniture is the culprit. I just don't know what about it is the culprit. No idea. It's like the entire thing is a problem. Because I can have them not display anything, but they still have problems. So, I guess it turns out that a bookshelf is not worth 2 million vertices. The shelf doesn't have that many vertices. Like, we go into... Whoops, that's not it. Displays. Where are we? So this thing here has 604 triangles. We love Godot like we love our creator. I mean, what? That's blasphemy. I would never trust. It's like this isn't... It's not a complex mesh. But it seems like physics stuff is the big issue. But these are static, so they should just stay where they are. It's not NPCs. Like if I get rid of all furniture, it's like if under here we go furniture, then you'll notice that our FPS, shut up ads, is this GLTF? Blender does use GLTF. So when you use a blend file in Godot, Godot will use Blender to convert the blend file to do a GLTF export. And then you use that GLTF instance. So you'll notice that everything's running nicely. Yeah, over 400 FPS. And out here, we've got these things here, but those are rigid bodies. So those are constantly like colliding with each other and trying to fall to the ground. You know? If I get rid of those as well, we have like 800 FPS. Alright? But then when I turn on all the furniture in here, all of a sudden FPS tanks to like 60. So I don't know. I've already tried changing these to display everything as a multi-mesh instance instead of displaying the rigid bodies there, but that did zero for performance. Like, we get rid of the delivery boxes. So the only thing that's changing is that we are going from... We're now putting the furniture in, but we're not having the delivery boxes on the ground out here. Yeah. So now we're... Like, look at how much this all tanks the FPS. Redonkulous. Redonkulous, I tell you. Ooh, you're not using the updated meshes. Oh, that's not using the updated meshes. I see that. I see that. See? That's the updated mesh. Hmm. Where's the card pack? We do have the mesh save somewhere. Product card pack under meshes. Hmm. That's the material. That's it. Right there. So, under here, we've got this set to use stand material, but I don't want it to use stand material. I want this to save as I do have athlete card pack there. Quick load. Athlete card pack. This isn't gonna fix our performance problems, but should make it better, at least. Casual card pack. This. Professional card pack. You. Actually. Quick load. Make unique. Professional card pack. Okay, you. Quick load. Make unique. Quick load. Hero villain card pack. Okay. I don't think that's doing anything performance-wise, really. But maybe. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, it's not dropping down to 60 anymore. Nice. Nice. Okay, 73. Ah, it doesn't have the delivery boxes, though. That's why. Damn it. I can't really do anything about the delivery boxes. That's not something I've got any control over. They're rigid bodies. If they're not on the shelves, they're gonna be causing issues. So... yeah. Okay, so yeah. As I thought, that card pack change hadn't really improved anything. You're not using the updated mesh either. I still see you've got the difference. Yep. You mesh. Quick load. Binder. Card sleeve book. That one there. Make unique. And we will quick load. Professional card binder. Unique. This one's hero villain. Casual binder. And that one's already updated. That's good. Now these. Athlete bubble box. This one here. Casual bubble box. That's using casual bubble box shreds. Okay, so that's all fine. You. Why aren't you updated? hide the card sleeve. Do that again. All right. Don't think there's anything else I can do for those. What else would there be? Let's have a look at interactable states. Doesn't do anything. I'm running out of ideas on how to improve the performance on this. Everything I've done so far has done zip. Absolutely nada. Multimesh, changing, like updating meshes. The only thing that works is not displaying furniture or delivery boxes, like not loading them up. So obviously that's not feasible. Oh. Why doesn't this work? I have no idea what to do. Why? What could the performance issue be? It's not price tag. We know that much. If I turn off price tags, they don't do any, like nothing. That doesn't improve performance in any sort of way. Hmm. It would be nice if I could get a breakdown of the objects. Includes the time from other functions called by this function. Only count the time spent in the function itself, not in the other functions called by that function. Let's do that. It's definitely find collisions. So it's something to do with find collisions. I think. Card pack unhandled input. Ooh, base state unhandled input. Okay. Set process unhandled input to false. And then when we pick it up, held container, we can go false. Interesting. Because this thing here, held container. What does unhandled input even do? Handle card revealing event. So this is only if it's holding. Only if it's in the held state. That's the only thing I care about for you. I can do that for all those. That's definitely helped.
Howdy.
Ooh, that has helped a lot. We're not
Once
dropping
again,
below 80.
another badge. Him unstoppable.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Drop below 80 there.
Looks good.
Still not good enough. Still not good enough. NPC physics process, that's fine. Bobble physics process. Why are they running? And bobble process. Bobble process and bobble
Changed
physics
mind.
process.
Looks not good enough.
Those two shouldn't be called at all. Like at all. Same with delivery box physics process. Actually, when it's stocked, what we want to do is go Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, you good dunce. I gotta tell you, this performance stuff is... It's tough. It's tough out there.
Please, Twitch, I have too many badges.
Need to stop watching Twitch by the sounds of it. Alright. Script functions. Bobble physics process and Bobble process are still being called because they aren't stocked. Like, they aren't interactable, so they have their own. They have their own in here for character set process false, set physics process false. We don't want them doing shit. Alright. Now, is that each of these... Is that saying that each of these calls is taking 0.07 milliseconds? Awesome UI. Thank you very much, Persistent Panda. It took us a hell of a long time to rebuild it. Well, it took us like 3 or 4 days to rebuild it. I post the game in itch. I've had 96 days before October Next Fest to get the new game ready. Good luck. Good luck. Worth it? It was worth it. It was very much worth it. The old... Oh, goddamn it, the old UI is so shit. I don't know what I was thinking with the old UI. Like... Look at that fucking thing. Look at that. That's fucking horrible. It's shit. It's so crap. And then...
My eyes.
And then that's where you select the app that you want to use. As, oh my god, it's horrible. It's disgusting. I've seen a better user interface in my toilet. I need to have a look at the profiler. Same timeline, starting from scratch. The profiler. So, I want to know, does this 0.47 milliseconds, is that how long all 23 calls took? Or is it saying that each call is taking, on average, 47? Clear the data by clicking the clear button. List of functions on the left and form scrap on the right. Main measurements. This. Frame times, time it takes Godot to execute all the logic for an entire image from physics to rendering. Physics frame is the time Godot is allocated between physics updates. In an ideal scenario, the frame time is whatever you chose, 16.66 milliseconds by default, corresponding to 60 FPS. That is what I have for physics frame. For physics process is 60 physics ticks. Idle time is the time Godot took to update logic other than physics, such as code that lives in process or timers and cameras set to update on idle. Physics time is the time Godot took to update physics tasks like physics process. Okay. And that's saying that's not this stuff, but rather frame time physics 3D. In total, script functions took 0.83 milliseconds. Player physics process took 0.33 milliseconds. If I can optimize that and get rid of some of this stuff. Repeater sequencer, force updates, raycasts, that's all fine. An end day getter. That all, like, it seems like this would be the biggest one. But Bobble process and physics process makes me feel like it's not actually going into here. Let's see. No, they do all go into there. Okay, that's good. So they should not have any... Excellent. Okay, so the bobbles are gone there now. Bobbles are gone. What else? Delivery box physics process is a big one. Where are we? Physics process. Physics process. If I got rid of those, we go that's not gonna really do anything, but the delivery boxes haven't really with any of that. I wonder... Player process, player raycast. Where's the player physics process? Why is that only 284 frames? Should auto start. There we go. Oop. That there. There is no player physics update. There is a stop on loading bobbles, that's fine. You can change what measurements you're looking at. By default, it starts with frame time and lists the time it takes to go through the frame in milliseconds. The average time is the time any given function took when called more than once. For example, a function that took 0.05 milliseconds to run 5 times should give you an average of 0.01. By default, it starts with frame time, with the time it takes to go through the frame in milliseconds. So it is the average time. So it's how long each one of them takes to run. So it's saying this one here, delivery box physics, took an average of 0.07 milliseconds to run 19 times. Or is it average time? It might be average time. Okay, no, so it's average time. So this is total time. This is average time. Right. So looking at delivery box physics process isn't going to help us. Looking at NPC physics process isn't going to help us. The biggest issue is this find collisions. It's something to, like, I need to find this. If I can reduce that, Like right there, it's not doing anything. You see, physics time is 0, process time is 8.12. Why is process time 8.12? What's running in process? I guess that's where we also need the visual profile. It's got to be the draw calls, right? Let's get both of them profiling. See if we can narrow this down a little bit. All right. Render viewport 3. Render viewport 1. 2. 3. Render the canvas. So this one here. Render 3D scene. So I think that was just during loading. Set up sky. Set up 3D scene. Maybe it's the render shadows is the chunk. Like, this is saying that it's only taking, I suppose, 2.55 and 3.28. That's going to give us, what, 5.83? 5.83. But over here, it's saying 8.8. What up, Ecliptic? How you doing? Welcome in. So, what else is happening in the process frame? I'm going to turn the profilers off. And just see what happens without the profilers running. See if stuff still... Okay, so we're now around 95, 90... Like, we're between... Like, with this many things, we're at about 80 to 90. Hmm. And the thing is, this is on my hardware too. And my hardware is generally more higher end than most people. I really need to figure out what's happening what's happening with that find collisions. Because I feel like find collisions, if I can get that reduced. If I can just get that process time reduced. I don't know what's happening with that. Unhandled furniture. Furniture placing. Furniture states placing. Day-night cycle getter called 16 times. Jesus Christ. Delivery box is on 4 setter called 72 times. Unhandled input on furniture states placing. Furniture states placing. Oh, what are you being called 43 times for? What are those interaction measures? That's fine. All my script functions, like all the stuff I've coded, is taking a total of 0.37 seconds or 0.37 milliseconds. So what's contributing to this process time? Still engaged in a trademark dance with the Unity Asset Store, but I managed to do some streaming today and put some buffs in the game and other bits. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna need to do some research on this, because I think I've got it as best I can for the time being, until I can actually figure out what's happening with this process time here, because the visual profiler only has it taken up like was it 8? No, like 5.8. But this keeps saying it's like 7 to 8. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, this, what? I would assume process time would be the, like, I don't know. I need to find a way to simplify things a bit. I need to simplify things a bit. I might see if I can simplify. Yeah, performance gremlins today too. I doubt they were as big as my performance gremlins. They see it, like, right now, it's 2,497,989 total primitives. If I load this, that goes up to 16 million total primitives. Like, not much of this is... Like, nothing here is high poly. Nothing here is high poly. Like, all of these are joined meshes, I'm pretty sure. If not, I can probably do that anyway. Make them joined meshes. Like, they don't have that many polygons. I've already got occlusion culling. Number of occlusion culling rays traced per CPU thread. Higher values result in more accurate occlusion culling at the cost of higher CPU usage. The occlusion culling buffer's pixel count is roughly equal to the collision rays per thread multiplied number of logical CPU cores. So it would depend on the system CPU. Therefore, CPUs with fewer cores will use a lower resolution to attempt keeping performance costs even across devices. The bounding volume hierarchy quality to use when rendering the occlusion culling buffer. Higher values will result in more accurate occlusion culling at the cost of higher CPU usage. This property is only read when the project starts. If I turn that off, is that gonna reduce CPU cost? I mean, it doesn't seem to have helped with anything. Yeah, that hasn't helped with anything. If true, the projection used for rendering, I'm going to snooze those. Projection used for rendering the occlusion buffer will be jittered. This can help prevent objects being incorrectly culled when visible through small gaps. Removal only applies to edges internal to a single body. Velocity steps. There needs to be at least 2 in order for friction to work. Thank you for the follow, you fantastic gedunt. How are you doing? This performance stuff is really getting to me. I've increased the number of max bodies. Maximum number of physics body 3D to support at the same time, awake or sleeping. When the limit is exceeded, an error is reported, and anything past that point is undefined behavior. This limit also applies when within the editor. That's rigid bodies, isn't it? A physics body 3Ds. So, van, delivery boxes, is that your own engine? No, this is Godot. This is Godot. Got a memory buffer size. This allocator is used within the physics step to store things that we need during that. World boundary shape size. For all 3 dimensions. The plane is effectively centered within a box of this size, and anything outside the box will not collide with it. Max linear velocity. Max linear velocity I think we can set as like 100 meters a second. Nah, that's not going to help with any performance. Which of the 2 nodes bound by a joint should represent the world when one of the 2 is emitted? Okay. Continuous CD max. Allow sleep. Soft body point radius. I'm gonna have to max physics steps per frame. Default value is tuned to avoid situations where the frame rate suddenly drops. Okay. Let's see what happens if I do that. Intersect ray on a null value. 38. Okay, so I can't. Alright. I'm going to have to do some investigation on that. We'll have to call it there for the time being. Where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? Snooze you again. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to Gamian. Yay! Alright. I will be back tonight. We're gonna play The Witness tonight. We're going to play the Witness, get some puzzle stuff done. I'm going to do some research on this performance optimization stuff. See if I can figure something out so that tomorrow, when we're back, I can go, ooh, look at this. Look at this improvement. Look at the performance. Look at how great it is. Yeah. We'll see if we can do that. I'm so stuck with it though. It's like that's the best I can get. Is like 90 FPS on higher end hardware. There's gotta be something. Alright. I will see you all in 5 hours for some Witness. Have a good one, you good dunce.